Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show in which I walk and talk once again. Starting out here with a very unclear idea of just what this is or what I'm doing, what the purpose is. Although that's not entirely true, and that there's kind of an intuition that there's a certain effect that is desirable that happens when I do this. Sort of some... It seems like there's something powerful going on intersubjectively, and I just, that word might be weird sounding or kind of unclear what that means, and I use it because it sort of seems to reflect in kind of an unclear way the unclear thing that's going on between you and I with these videos. As it goes along, what tends to happen is that the distinction between you and I seems to get kind of unclear in a way that, to me at least, seems desirable. And from some reports that I've heard from various audience viewers, it's desirable to some of you as well. For those of you watching the video, just a reminder that Walking and Talking is now also available as an audio-only podcast from most of the places that you would find podcasts: Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, etc. Apparently it's helpful if you give it a 5-star rating on Apple Podcasts in terms of it showing up when people look for it. That helps. And giving it a review helps, apparently, I am told. And for those of you listening to the audio only, to describe what's happening here, I just filled up my water bottles at this spring, and now I'm just kind of indulging a bit in the visual spectacle of the rocks around this spring, which have these amazing color striations going at a diagonal angle, and the rock is fractured at the same angle into these roughly cube-like shapes, and it feels as if I could just stand here endlessly and look at this stuff and not lose interest. That's kind of how it seems. I'm almost tempted to try doing that with an episode of Walking and Talking. Just stay in one place and investigate it very thoroughly, as opposed to continuing to walk. I recently, a couple weeks ago, injured my knee skateboarding. I fell skateboarding and hurt my knee, which in itself did not seem so bad, but it felt okay to continue using it as normal after that. But then, with a lot of use, including a lot more skateboarding, and also the last Walking and Talking episode after that, it started hurting a lot, so I had to rest it for a while. So I rested it, and this is the first time that I'm returning. And so I'm trying to walk this delicate balance between not overusing my knee in such a way as to re-injure it, but also exercising it just enough as to maintain the muscles of my legs and to not let things atrophy, you know what I mean? So we'll try it out and hope that my knee doesn't start hurting out in the middle of nowhere. Although I am beginning with a relatively calm tone, and I don't feel initially any form of distress or reactivity, something in my intuition tells me that I may be due to experience some amount of difficulty in this video, which you could classify as emotional or psychological difficulty. Just when I think about the past several days or so, and when maybe you're familiar with this feeling, the feeling that you're not quite doing what you should be doing, or not quite living the way that you should be living, or like you're postponing or procrastinating facing some aspect of yourself or something like that. And you feel this kind of mental or spiritual debris building up. And for me, the excuse that I have is having been injured and prevented from doing the things that I would normally do, the practices that I would normally do. But it's not really a good excuse, because I'm thinking that I could have been using that time in a better way. Anyhow, it's not really important. Well, the difficulty that I spoke of, maybe this is it. Or maybe I was starting to encounter it in the silence that happened just now, where I'm like, okay, what do I say now? Because I was beginning to perceive what I was talking about as being overly biographical, and then just kind of somehow irrelevant, or in a way beating around the bush, or not quite getting at what it is that I was pointing at in my talking, like the feeling that I was describing of procrastinating delving into how could I describe this, like the heart of what it means to be you, or as I saw it put recently, the frontier of your identity. So it's as if I'm having this feeling as if I have been relatively retreated into the ostensibly safer regions of my identity, and simply engaging in sort of like translative, or at best possibly integrative activities. So for instance, reading, maybe I'm reading philosophical texts or scientific texts. But in the back of my mind, knowing that they're just kind of, all of them are kind of representing how should I say, it's like I'm relating to them as if they're knowledge, and kind of ostensibly it would seem as if by reading we can accumulate knowledge, and in a certain sense, on the surface of things, that could be true, but then I had this other aching, or this other kind of like irritant within me that's telling me that this reading is really just kind of like a translative activity, as in exposing me to alternate ways of slicing the pie. But it's not actually like enlarging the pie. Or getting me any closer to comprehending the whole pie. But what this irritant is really pointing me towards is to go out and walk and talk, but then again, it wouldn't have been wise with my knee and all. But here I finally am, and I find myself describing the recent past, which this activity itself, I'm realizing, is also not at the center of the bullseye, but in some way it's maybe a device for like transitioning, if you will, from a relatively conventional mindset that is utility related, as in functional or goal-oriented, or in some way, however abstracted, concerning the welfare of the self or the continuing integrity of the self. So thinking that perceiving a more or less objective reality is itself a function of identification. But now I'm getting confused. This is starting to seem confused and kind of paradoxical to me. And not completely true, but I'll try to describe with a little more clarity the thing that I just said, even though I'm already beginning to doubt its truth and even perhaps its meaning. That is, the perception of the world as a real thing, as a substantial thing, as an entity or a collection of entities that have substance, that perception as well as conception is actually kind of survival based, like it's in a sense completely in service of the survival of the perceived individual, the perceived perceiver. Like, for instance, well, you know, there's been all this research about perception, and particularly in vision. It's kind of been demonstrated scientifically that it's not so much that our representation of visual reality is straight up sensory information coming into our eyes, but actually that there seems to be more information flowing from our brain to our eyes than there is the other way around. implying that what we see has more to do with our brain's predictive processing than it does with a quote-unquote empirical or objective sensory data coming from the exterior world into our eyes. And I think it's kind of safe to assume that something similar goes on with all our sensory apparatus. And so you could apply this not only to our perception and conception of the quote-unquote external world, but I think also to what we conceive of as ourself. So our body. And now if we're talking about thoughts, that's a whole nother subject to go into, which maybe we will. We have plenty of time. However, this kind of scientific explanation, the idea that there's a brain kind of with expectations of what the external world is like, and it's sort of creating the perception of the world, and it's testing against discrepancies that would come in from actual sensory data. So there's actually something within our straight up perception that is in contradiction to our brain's expectations. Then that's when actual perception occurs and our mental model is altered, is amended. But anyhow, all of this that I'm saying is beginning to display a characteristic of muteness to me. And then I'm just doing this to kind of describe. I mean, really, it's just kind of a conceptual crutch or something to describe the would-be activity of dualism, that is kind of illustrating this apparent separation between self and other. But this kind of playing into this idea that the way that we perceive and conceive of the world is completely determined by a kind of functional necessity or a survival necessity. That is, it's completely shaped in order to help the self continue. But then again, this is kind of not entirely true or it's getting weird, because what I just said kind of implies this illusoriness of both the world as perceived and conceived, and the self as it is perceived and conceived. And you know, when I say perceive, I'm just kind of implying what we think of as sensory perception, sight, hearing, feeling, etc. And then conception as how we organize that, and you know what that perception implies. But as maybe I'll get into later, I think those things are not actually very independent of each other, and in fact maybe completely dependent on each other, or in some sense even indistinguishable from each other. But maybe I'll get to that later. And then, but then it brings to this question, like, if there's if the self is illusory, like why would this even happen? Why would it seem like there's a self? You know, why would it seem like there's a self and a world? Because even if you take like a scientific materialist point of view, and at basically what I mean when I say that, even if you take the basic view that there's a real world that's made of stuff, there's actual stuff out there, and at base, like at the base of that, like, you can even extend that to include, you know, whatever the latest physics says about the nature of stuff. You know, even if you're saying that subatomic particles are actually not substantial objects or entities in themselves, but are you know, fluctuations of fields, or they're fluctuations of whatever, like anything that you want to, any way that you want to describe what we would generally think of as the world outside of us. None of that, of course, necessitates consciousness or subjectivity or an individual or an illusion of an individual. And in fact, it would seem to imply the opposite. Like even if the most fundamental particles of stuff are actually just wave-like fluctuations in a field, that would still seem to suggest a type of mechanistic universe that would not, yeah, would not include consciousness, subjectivity, or even anything like linear time. But if you want to get like but this is also actually not being this is also not being true to the science, because quantum mechanics is kind of increasingly telling us that all of would-be stuff or entities is completely relational. That is, there's no inherent substance to anything. Like there aren't subatomic particles as inherent entities, as having inherent substance. There's only, they only kind of can be said to exist in their relation to something else. And we can talk about that in terms of observation, you know, like that these quantum particles are only in a state when are only kind of like solidified into a particular state when observed. But it's actually broader and deeper than that, in that it's like they only exist at all, like anything only exists at all, or can be said to exist at all, in its relation to something else, but also that something else only exists in its relation to something else. And so that includes all relation, which of course includes anything that could be considered observation. So it's you know, it means human observation, but it also just means any kind of observation, and then broader than that, any kind of relation. And to me, the implication is that the world doesn't exist, does not have any, you know, empirical existence beyond the organization of subjectivity into a concept like empiricism. Like but then also it's also like conception. Something like conception only exists in relation to a would-be world that could be conceived of. I don't know. This all sounds pretty, this all is seeming increasingly intellectual to me, as in I'm feeling like I'm explaining something that but I don't feel completely connected to experiencing what I'm explaining. It feels as if I'm explaining something abstract while having some kind of experience that is not included in my explanation. And something tells me that this experience and what's being described or explained could integrate more, could merge more. like I seem to be explaining with this attitude that, like, yeah, sort of the unexamined position or attitude of what I've been saying has kind of been of a general notion that of like imparting knowledge, of there's as if there's some deeper empirical conception of the structure of reality and of consciousness that if you and I understood better, that would be desirable, or we would be closer to the truth or something. And I suppose that's not entirely untrue. But yeah, I sense some kind of like insufficiency about my current experience. It's weird. Like I feel a certain discomfort with trying to continue with this sort of intellectual description relating to perception and conception and subject object duality and so forth. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Need a break before I take the last picture.
Yeah. Just kind of for future reference, we can observe here perhaps one aspect of experience that thus far both sitting and smiling and walking and talking have assiduously avoided, which is I guess what I would say like third person interaction, by which I mean there's you and I interacting via this video, but as you can see, when I encounter persons IRL, so to speak, it's generally considered, it's generally like outside of the framework of what's going on here, and so I tend to avoid that experience in order to stay within the framework that I've set here. But kind of what that implies is that could potentially be the next frontier to be explored in another series or something like that, but this is definitely a tangent and an aside. But kind of relating to what we've been talking about, I'm referring to it as third person because were I interacting with another person within the video, as opposed to only through the video, that is my individual self to your individual self, assuming that most people probably just listen to this alone, but either way doesn't make a big difference. If I were interacting with another person within the video, with you able to observe that interaction, it's kind of another dimension of experience, and has kind of a correlate, you could say, in something like quantum entanglement, which means that there's two entangled particles that display this sort of mysterious characteristic of sameness to each other. But of course that sameness can only really be said to exist when it's observed by a third party, whether that party be a human or a computer or something that records that information, registers their sameness. Although in a certain sense, our interaction could be said to be almost a third-person type of interaction, in that it's largely a one-way interaction, in that there's kind of minimal information coming from you to me, so to speak, other than, say, like the aggregate knowledge of things like number of viewers and comments and so forth, or the occasional feedback. So in a sense, that's almost like a third-person type of interaction, although it's strange. I almost feel tempted to I was gonna say I almost felt tempted to classify this as like something that could be reduced to a first-person experience, and that, sure, all of this thought could be said to exist just here within my subjective experience, But then again, you know, my conception of you as a viewer, or just as a, you know, another subjectivity, plays so heavily into this that it can't really be denied as a strongly causal factor of, you know, the manner in which I do this activity, like the knowledge of this being being communicated. Well, it's, I mean, like, sort of the conventional thing, like the conventional way of thinking about it, the sort of obvious way of thinking about it would be like, I know that I'm going to upload this and that you're going to watch it, but then, like, of course that leads to the sort of obvious observation that you are in fact watching or listening now, right now. And it's also quite obvious that I'm speaking and doing this right now, and in some ways this is just a completely mundane fact of recording, you know. But then I also think, anytime I think about it, I think it's profoundly strange, or like if I think about it, it does actually start to degrade a sort of Euclidean notion of time and space, and, you know, time, like all of existence just kind of moving along a single timeline simultaneously. But then there's a communication happening here, which, you know, in a sense, and like it's not necessarily like a perfect communication of, like, it's not as if you are experiencing my thoughts exactly how I'm experiencing them, which, you know, is when you think about it, just logically impossible. But the fact of the matter is, there's some kind of like communication happening, and I would say that the communication actually really constitutes the experience. And so what do I mean by communication, though? Like, is it the words? But then I'm like obviously there's not going to be like a perfect conceptual symmetry between you and I. But then, and of course, yeah, it's not possible, and when I think about it, it's not really desirable either. It's kind of as if there's maybe some experience that is reflected off of these words on either side, right? Like there's my experience as it is apparently or ostensibly encoded into these words, and then your experience of hearing and then ostensibly decoding the apparent meaning that these words hold or have encoded, and then that meaning interfacing in some way with your existing worldview, to, you know, just saying that in a very broad sense of your perspective, kind of like the web of concepts and apparent experiences that would appear to constitute who you are. And so there's this interaction. But then, like when I say that this interaction that we are having, like, actually really constitutes the whole experience, what I'm kind of getting at is that it seems that like right now, like what could be said to be constituting myself is actually this interaction. As in, like, as far as I'm really aware of right now, or like as far as what's kind of, you know, manifesting right now in terms of any kind of self here on this end of the interaction, so to speak, there's not anything other than this interaction, this communication. There's just kind of like it's completely dependent on you. And then, but then, like, as I as this kind of conception of myself, or me, like, really seems to like break down in a way, or start to feel so transparent as to really just not exist. A similar thing kind of happens with you, as in, like, like I'm not, I don't know, like I guess I can, if I choose, imagine you as an entity, but I'm completely aware of the fact that it's only imagination. But my intuition is that it's maybe deeper than that, like, as if, I don't know, maybe it sounds a little, this could potentially sound like grossly reductive of you, or grossly, like this has the potential to sound grossly solipsistic. You know, we can kind of take that worldview that, you know, all other people only exist within each of our individual subjectivities, and therefore, you know, we don't have actual proof that there's an other subjectivity out there, but that they certainly seem to behave as if they have subjectivity. But I feel like that's kind of missing a certain point. What? Forgive me if I seem really confused for a while, as I could say, my mind kind of like runs off in several different directions at once, because it's just kind of questioning everything. And it kind of seems as if I'm walking some fine line between more true and just pure narcissism or something like. But then again, like it kind of still seems to remain the case that this experience is profoundly impacted by, I guess we could say, like the faith in your subjectivity, and then, you know, like in fact this entire activity that I'm doing is completely predicated on the faith that you have subjectivity, so to speak, that there are other subjectivities other than my individual one. What am I trying to get at? I mean, in a certain sense, it seems just very simple. There are many different subjectivities in the world. People, animals, and then, you know, extending that to varying degrees depending on one's you know, slightly varying worldviews of, you know, what is conscious and what isn't. But then again, in a way, I'm questioning the construction of that. Like, in some way, that conception of things is dependent on how I conceive of myself. Of what myself is. And then we start to delve into that, it becomes kind of unclear. As in, we can see that the self is not the body, as I think most of us would agree when we think about, you know, the sort of thought experiment of the brain swap. Saying hypothetically that we were medically able to switch brains between two bodies. Most people would agree that the self stays with the brain rather than the body. You would say, I'm the person that's been given the new body, you know, like I'm the continuous self experiencing the new body, as opposed to like I'm the same body experiencing the new brain, because we assume that the brain carries with it all the memories and thoughts and worldview of the individual. But I'm feeling really dissatisfied. With this just continued kind of intellectual shuffling around of things, because I recognize all of these as being, I recognize these all as thoughts that I've had before. I still feel as if I'm just like moving laterally in some incomplete understanding, and it really does feel incomplete. Like I just would like to have what seems like an experiential knowledge of what's going on here, and but then that sounds hubristic in a way, like, and is what I'm doing right now philosophizing, as in trying to get as far as I can get in my armchair. I guess it is. And in that sense of things, like, wouldn't my understanding need to come from getting knowledge from outside of myself, consulting the experts, reading the experts, reading all knowledge that there is, and then I would understand fully what's going on. And then but then is this also a flawed pursuit? Because I'm remembering sort of a stance. It's you know, an apparent stance, something that occurs to me as a memory of something. We could call it an experience that in my memory, in my conception of things that are not this experience, we could call like wisdom or insight, but which I'm judging to be separate from this experience, this experience of feeling dumb, actually, or not dumb or ignorant, or not necessarily ignorant, but just an awareness of the fragmented and partial nature of my understanding of things. But as I start to say that, I also some of the quote-unquote wisdom that I would, or insight that I seem to be remembering from past experiences, seems to indicate that understanding is always partial and fragmented, that understanding itself is a form of fragmenting reality, and like that there's only this incompleteness, if you will, or like in a paradoxical way that the incompleteness is and always has been and always will be complete. But then again, what I'm saying right now also carries with it this at least a feeling tone, at least a feeling of like still inadequacy, like it's still kind of like an intellectual shifting, reshuffling the deck, not really moving to any kind of higher perspective, so to speak. It's as if I don't know whether there is such a thing as a higher perspective, and then intuitively I want to say that the higher perspective would entail a perspective in which there isn't a hierarchy of perspectives, which is, you know, of course, a paradoxical thing to say. Or intuitively, I kind of want to say that the actual insight would embrace my apparent ignorance, or would include my ignorance. It's interesting to remark how it seems, at least from my current perspective, that there's not something like any progress happening in walking and talking. That it's always or that in terms of how I feel, I don't feel any more wise than than when I started. I feel as stupid and ignorant as could be, and I feel as if I'm just right now feeling increasingly the emptiness of the things that I'm saying. And even as I say that, like, I feel the emptiness of that statement because I can recognize it as a pattern of my thinking, as, you know, an aspect of my small self, so to speak, the individuated self, or just like a process of thought that is just kind of happening. And so you know, again, I feel I feel this like repeating process of disidentifying with all of these things, like disidentifying with all of these thoughts, but then like that I recognize as being little, you know, fragments of intellect that just aren't myself, but that seem like they seemed like part of myself before. And then I recognize the process of what I'm doing, of what's apparently happening is like what would appear as like meta thoughts, or relatively higher order observations on the nature of my thinking, or like observing how I'm thinking. Ooh, garter snake. What a beauty. So let me bust out the lens real quick. We'll just have a brief garter snake break. Snake break. Wow, what a beauty. I love a snake break. Yeah, so like identifying facets of what could be called metacognition, or just, ooh, now we got a praying mantis. All right, mantis break, real quick, sorry. Wow. Ooh, it looks scared actually. It looks suspicious. Maybe it's just my projecting, but in a sense this praying mantis appears to me to be expressing caution or suspicion towards me. We'll delve into later maybe. I'm just want to bookmark that activity of projecting onto the rest of the world. This the model projecting, extrapolating from our model of self, of human self, and extrapolating out onto the world. Which kind of results in our conception of a hierarchy of things like sentience, or like the complexity of rats. The camera is malfunctioning again and doing the thing where it freezes, despite my continued attempts at remedying the situation. Anyhow, where were we? Like, identifying, you know, these facets of metacognition, so to speak, of recognizing that I am recognizing the act of recognizing the emptiness of my thoughts, and then immediately recognizing the emptiness of that recognition as not myself, you know, because I can completely attribute it to something that is completely outside of my actual subjective experience. That is, or in a way, you know, it's like it's other than that which is witnessing it. So just to put it perfectly simply, like every kind of really everything that I've said, every thought that I've said, every concept that I have explained or articulated, I can see pretty clearly how much it's originated outside of myself. I can, even in most instances, like probably trace it back to some thought that I encountered, that I read or heard somebody said. And then even beyond that, the sort of, I can kind of recognize the manner in which I am thinking as originating outside of myself, as, you know, being picked up from somewhere in the external world, as, you know, somebody else doing it, or demonstrating or describing it way of thinking or way of acting or way of being in the world, whether by example or by statement. Or I can recognize these things as, like, if I can't attribute it to outside of my self directly, then I can attribute it to something, some kind of residue from my past self, something that I've done before or thought before, something that I feel identified with as a person. And then as soon as I kind of realize that, I feel alienated from it. And if you're a regular watcher, you probably are familiar with me saying like exactly this thing in just maybe slightly different wording, maybe even very close to the same wording before. And you're like, you know, if you're like, my experience of this is like you're doing the same thing again, and I wonder if you're feeling similarly, like kind of tired of this. And I feel tired of this, but then at the same time I also recognize that there's something in the spirit of that that is seeming to point towards what's actually desired. Like what would be, like, if I'm feeling alienated from this and that facet of experience, this and that appearance, and subsequently finding them to be empty or not substantial or not exactly real, what does that suggest as, like, an opposite to that? Like what would be real? I don't know. I almost want to say nothing. I think I'm going down the wrong path, actually. We could say that this is a form of difficulty, in that, like, I feel also concerned for you, the viewer, and I suspect that you might be, I suspect that you're maybe experiencing or have experienced some doubt about whether this is a good use of your time. Or you know, if I'm a good person to listen to, or at this moment, if this is a worthwhile activity for you. And I don't know. I mean, I probably am projecting, but in a sense, like, it may be impossible not to project. It may actually be the case that projection is really all reality is. But I think I'm still on the wrong path again. It's strange. It's as if some part of me has some kind of cognizance that it's in fact productive to go through these doubts, to experience these doubts fully. And now, when I say that, in some ways, that could be a form of copping out, or of rationalizing away some of the doubt in a way to not experience it as fully. But also, I just have to admit, to be perfectly honest, that I have that there's some kind of intuition based on, we could say, an amalgamation of memories of doing this walking and talking thing, that informs me that going through with all the doubt and confusion and difficulty is really just a completely integral and necessary part of doing this, and completely attached to opposite experiences. But when I say that, I'm kind of revealing a sort of searching for a different experience. When I say that, I'm actually I'm realizing now that when I say that I'm participating, I am participating in a type of dualism, of course, that is kind of contrasting something like wisdom or insight with its opposite of being, flawed or partial or dualistic thinking. And then of course I'm implicitly placing a non-dualistic type of thinking hierarchically above a dualistic thinking. But I almost want to say, in a sense, that's kind of like naturally the case, or that it's that's tautologically the case, in the sense that anytime you have a duality that is two things or two aspects, then they're necessarily two aspects of some kind of substrate that has in itself unity. And it kind of seems from my perspective, although I'm a little suspect of my perspective, but it seems from my perspective that discovering the unities that like I guess I'm conceiving the unity as being a type of higher truth than the duality that it's composed of. But like you can kind of tell that there is some kind of conceptual model at place here that suggests that it's like when you kind of resolve dualities into each other, it's akin to moving up a hierarchy of understanding. So I guess it's kind of interesting that I seem to be recognizing that as a mental model. And like if you asked me to demonstrate or prove that is true, I think as far as I can get right now would probably be just kind of like circular arguments or just kind of like translating the terms into other terms. But yeah, I feel worried about your experience still, in a sense, because I feel in a sense equally worried about my own understanding of things. That it seems markedly unclear, and as if I'm just kind of swimming around in a meaningless sea of intellectual abstraction that in my like apparently I'm like searching after something that feels like a unity of experience or unity of thought where things make sense. But then, of course, as you know, I hear myself say that, and then it becomes contrasted against memory. Memory of myself saying the sorts of things like there's no sense to be made, or that they're just simply isn't such a thing as sense. But when I say those things now, I don't feel fully connected to that reality. It feels like I'm just saying it. Whereas I suppose that my memory is suggesting a type of state where I'm like more connected to those things as an experienced reality rather than just kind of a verbal linguistic reality that isn't fully connected to like the present experience of saying them. But then I'm like, what? Like, why is that inherently important? Couldn't things have a useful explanatory power without the explainer being like actively in real time experiencing what's being explained? So, you know, this kind of puts into question like the whole, it kind of puts into premise like it puts into question like my whole premise behind doing this, apparently, or that, like, I guess a premise that I've been holding without examining, apparently. Like this premise that walking and talking would be different than knowledge or something. What? I feel so embarrassed again, and then again. It's like all of this is really just all of this behavior is completely repetitive. I feel profoundly confused right now. I feel confused and doubtful in a way that I would describe as kind of an infinite regress of doubt and of seeing in a not very pleasant way the emptiness and of anything that I could cling on to as being part of myself, or good, or interesting, or beautiful, or useful, or helpful. seeing in a totally unpleasant way the profoundly flawed nature of my whole way of thinking and being. It seems like. As if everything that I'm doing, or even like have done, or every way that I would really conceive of anything is erroneous. Or just like, you know, just based on nothing. Like it's all nothing. And then, but then, like, why would it be that way, you know? Like, why? There's this question of like, you know, how would it be possible to exist like for such a long time in such an erroneous way? For everything, you know, to be just to like have oneself consist of absolutely nothing but delusion. Like there's only delusion. Even any kind of concept of like being a good person or improving myself, consisting of being founded on delusion. Like, what is going on? It almost, and then kind of additionally, it almost seems like this whole structure of what I'm saying, and even how I'm thinking right now, being deluded, which you know, of course, implies paradox. Like, that this whole apparent description of myself being consisting of nothing but delusion, and all my actions and thoughts and motivations being delusion, but then that observation in itself being nothing more than delusion, like it itself being meaningless or erroneous. And then like this somewhat intense feeling that anything that I even could say or do is similarly just empty, or just based on profound delusion. And then I don't know. Like I'm still I one thing that I could say is, in a sense, it seems as if this unpleasantness, this sort of like negative realization of what I'm not, or this realization of the emptiness of whoever I appear to seem to think that I was. In a sense, gets me more. It brings me more fully. I feel as if I'm at least more fully involved in this experience. I mean, and of course, it's like the language here is totally contradictory. Like I'm talking about myself, apparently. And the emptiness thereof. So it doesn't make any sense. Like this. Now, I mean, and now I'm thinking about you, and I'm just like, wow. I feel impressed by your willingness to go along with this, to actually continue spending your time this way. I'm like fascinated. I'm like, I feel as if I more or less don't know what is going on, like what's going to happen here, or like if this is all leading to anything, or if it's just a bottomless pit. But then there's still this element of faith here. There's still this element of faith present that it somehow belongs. And that somehow it's like an okay thing to go down this bottomless pit. So, I mean, in some sense, it's like I'm sort of reassuring you, but at the same time, I'm not. I mean, it's also kind of funny. It's like, obviously, there's. It's also not as if we are like involuntarily stuck in this situation. You and I. It's like, obviously, you can stop at any moment. Stop listening, stop watching, and go do something else. And of course, I had the option of just stopping the video and then could let my mind drift to whatever seemingly more tangible seeming pursuits that it might go for, like try to figure out what's the more practical thing to do in this moment, now that I'm not filming a video anymore. But then at the same time, there seems like to be a certain interest or urgency, or just willingness to just go down this hole, go through this tunnel. I mean, and if I'm calling it a tunnel, it means that I secretly have some faith that it lets out somewhere, that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, But then I'm also like, you know, it may be a little dramatic to describe this as a tunnel that is just like what are we actually talking about anyways? Like, I seem to be just confused, but I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure what it is I'm confused about. But then if I actually like try to observe like what's my emotional valence, it kind of would seem on the surface as if you know, like there's something difficult, or like there's some kind of tension. There's some kind of tension here in the storyline, in the emotional arc of this video, that is like a crisis of meaning. But then on further inspection, I'm just kind of observing my physiological state, and I don't encounter any big problem, really. It's just like, okay, so I guess I'm not sure. And then there's like, there seems to be some aspect that wants a problem. That wants to confront a crisis of meaning. That suspects that there's a reward on the other side. That something comes out of that resembles meaning, or resembles some kind of deeper understanding or something like that. And then, so then, you know, I become critical of that. Seeking for some, here's a cool puffball that has been fired. Why am I seeking a resolution? I mean, in one sense, I know that I've laid out like a ton of sort of philosophical questions in this episode that I obviously have not resolved in any way, and have kind of left them hanging. And so that seems like kind of a problem, or you know, it has an irresolution to it. And now I'm going on, and in a way I'm almost like feel like there's a problem with the lack of emotional crisis or something. Like it's almost as if part of me wants to be totally freaking out because, or you know, like not exactly freaking out, but like near freaking out or something, or going through some kind of existential crisis, because I can, from my intuition that's formed by memory, associate that experience with the feeling of of freshness and greater appreciation for life that like emerges from the other side of that. And so now I'm kind of like I feel as if I'm observing a type of arc, a type of emotional arc for this walking and talking episode that I'm interpreting as not being dramatic enough, it being too calm or something, as if I were too comfortable in persisting in this irresolution of certain philosophical questions, or that it's as if I'm not fully involved as I could be, like and then I question, am I doing you a disservice in that? I mean, this is like really bad, right? This is like very bad video in really any metric of value that I can think of, including my own. Weird. Very weird. Other than fulfilling the parameters that I've set out for myself, which is to continually talk. But it's as if there's just a persisting low-level dissatisfaction, as I could put it, that we could even interpret as manifesting as a dissatisfaction with the relative level of satisfaction. It's strange. You know, I have to admit to having some kind of conception of why it is that I repeatedly make these videos, and that I think one way to summarize that conception would be the idea that by engaging in this relatively long period of reflexive type of thinking, and by verbalizing that thinking and making it public in a way, kind of making my kind of interior subjective thinking aspect of myself accountable to my outward facing social conception of the world, or, you know, like kind of in a way forcing them to come to terms with each other. But by engaging in this process over a relatively long, uninterrupted period, that there's a certain valuable experience to be had that of like a transformative type of disidentification that can occur not only for me but for you as well. But you know, I've been going along here so far, and really nothing like that is occurring. Maybe for glimpses or something. Like, why? Like, sort of an idea that simply that by like following these parameters of continuing to talk and record it on video for 4 hours, that those parameters would kind of give rise to that sort of experience as kind of an emergent phenomena, but also give rise to, excuse me for a moment. Give rise to even a very sort of integrated understanding of individuation and of the would-be limited forms of knowledge and individual experience as manifestations of the whole, but then and of like this being a different type of thing than merely like explaining a conceptual worldview. But I honestly can't say anything like that has occurred so far, and it just seems like I'm kind of like persisting, running around. Like there's I can't help but continue to feel that something keeps eluding me. And then when I think of your experience of this, I'm like, how can I waste your time like this? This is strange, but still, there remains some kind of faith, I guess. But it seems it's coming really intensely up against the doubt. The types of thoughts and feelings that this isn't good enough. That something has to change. And it's so funny, like I'm hearing myself say these things in with a negative emotional valence, and then immediately remembering myself saying exactly the same things, but with like a completely accepting type of valence. Or maybe that's not entirely true, like, because there's kind of like it's actually kind of an infinite impossibility of total acceptance. But it's as if I can both remember in the past and project into like a possible future some kind of state of being that would completely understand the dissatisfaction and would completely understand the negative emotional valence of the present type of experience, and just completely like incorporate and accept that sort of like negative aspect of existence. It would seem, but then I find myself, you know, like not accepting this. What is that? Why is it that I feel as if I can't accept the present experience? Like this isn't good enough for me or for you. And it almost seems as if like the reason for not accepting this is a recursive one. That I can't accept this because I don't feel actual acceptance. Just like, you know, completely recursive. Meaning that's empty. You know, I feel right now, just in the most mundane terms, all of the absurdity and negative interpretations and implications of the current experience. The whole idea of walking and talking, of spending 4 hours of my life this way, but it's not actually, I don't actually feel that in the dark, you know. That's honestly not the whole of my experience. It's just it's a kind of like I'm kind of could describe this as kind of persisting in a disequilibrium that is searching for a resolution, and you know, continuing to seek resolution even with the knowledge that there may be no resolution at all. But I mean, well, for one thing, I do know that this kind of felt dissonance is impermanent and only relative. And similarly, at least intellectually, I seem to have this knowledge that this felt dissonance always contributes to its opposite of resolution, you know, or consonance, we could say. Cognitive consonance. And that in a way, it's like maybe what's happening here could be described as a kind of delayed reward. Just, you know, spending hours in a real weird experience. But then, like I say weird experience, but also just like you could equally say that it's just like painfully mundane. That it's without anything, you know? But at the same time, like I don't actually want anything else. And that's an interesting thing to realize, that it's not as if I want reality to be some other way. There's a praying mantis egg sac. That's cool. So like being dissatisfied but not wanting anything to change, that seems like a contradiction. But kind of a funny one. Like it kind of makes me want to say, this is all right. Oh, this is all right. And then that's even kind of strange to listen to myself say. It's like this is weird. Like not like I was looking for an experience, and then actually very strangely, very paradoxically, actually, I feel like I feel as if I just now kind of admitted to myself that I was looking for a particular experience that I was kind of imagining from memory. And then, you know, like I was looking for the that sort of reward of like understanding, or like I was looking for, you know, crisis and then resolution. And what I've been kind of given, so to speak, here in this episode is like the absence of what I was looking for, which weirdly enough I now feel compelled to say is like actually exactly what I needed. Like when I said just a little bit ago that like I actually realized that this is all right, this is okay, this without something else going on, without a special experience. And when I said that, what I was kind of saying, like, this is all right, means like actually the dissatisfaction, the not getting what I was looking for. And then kind of like, I mean, it's paradoxical in quite a marvelous way. That I feel, I actually feel kind of overwhelmed right now. That that in a weird way, like exactly the opposite of my experience is like now is like you could be said to now be manifesting in that. Paradoxically, it's like, but then of course, like this is sort of a cliche that you would hear all the time. Like that, like the real, just kind of like genuine, actually letting go of the searching for something that I wouldn't attribute that letting go to anything to my individual self. It's just something that happened, not because of like not because of like the right kind of effort, just kind of like the just like the kind of continued frustration of what I was wanting, you know, of like not getting what I'm seeking in a strange way was like exactly what was needed to just actually accept what actually is. And then paradoxically, what seemed to be is not anymore. Like, that is, the dissatisfaction only went away because there was actual acceptance of dissatisfaction, but then like there's no it's like it's as if there is and there isn't resolution to the problem. Like the resolution kind of is the same as the persistence of the problem, if you will. But then, you know, it weirdly ceases to be only a problem. I don't know, like, this is still very mysterious. There's like I can only sort of say that there is and isn't any kind of resolution. Like, apologies, I'm, in addition to having a recently injured knee, I'm also recovering from a mild cold or something. It's like at this point I can't even speak of this experience as being either in a state of consonance or dissonance, or being like positively or negatively emotionally valenced. It's actually kind of neither, but then also kind of both. It's once again that kind of neither nor and both type of scenario. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. It's like my I mean, I'm obviously like, my mind is keeps kind of trying to summarize or encapsulate the situation that's going on right now, and obviously I'm tending to attempt to try to, like, you know, relate what my emotional experience is, or what the what's the state of, like, philosophical or spiritual resolution or irresolution of the matters at hand. And I'm recognizing that there are plenty of ways in which I could sort of linguistically and conceptually encapsulate those things and articulate them, but then at the same time recognizing the inadequacy of anything that I would say, and the duality of any of those things that I would say, because anything that I can say in it, you know, is kind of a falsehood in that it leaves out, it only has meaning in terms of its opposite and leaves the opposite out, so you can't really say anything actually. But it's like I'm continuing to say things anyway. I'm continuing to say a lot of things, and in some way it's like that's okay. Like, this is okay to persist in like an ontological impossibility, an ontological and epistemological impossibility. We are persisting in impossibility, you could say, but then it's also like, no, we actually aren't persisting at all. And it's okay. And it's like this okayness is actually not completely okay, because like the okayness also includes the not okayness, and then it's like the not okayness has to include the okayness, and you know, we can and will go on and on like this forever. I felt tempted just now to say, I love that. I love it. So now you are hearing me just say, like, I love it, to exactly the same state of reality that just a few minutes ago I was like completely frustrated by. And so it goes. And, you know, or doesn't. I don't know. Like, at this moment, it's like, I love even what could be termed like the relative flatness of this video, of the just ongoing what, like, I'm trying to think of a better word than irresolution or dissatisfaction, like just the ongoing what's a good word of something that's just like not satisfying. And not in any dramatic way either. But I don't know, maybe now the way that I am kind of like writing this story of what is going on with this video is starting to veer into a type of drama or a type of romance or something. I'm going to take a whiz, and lately sometimes I've been pausing the video recording while I whiz, just for a relatively more conventional, I guess, listening experience, to kind of not go against social customs so much. Just to, you know, make this as normal as possible. So I guess I'll do that. There's something that remains just completely mysterious about this, about everything, I guess. But I was about to say just about the nature of these videos, like that it just strikes me as just incredible that that anybody could understand anything from this video, or that anyone has any kind of experience that even vaguely resembles mine or resonates with mine from these videos, is just astounding to me. And yet I you know, I received like I received like just enough feedback to indicate that at least a handful of people do. And then like I'm just kind of thinking back over the course of this, and I'm thinking about, I guess I'm thinking about my past self, so to speak. Just like, you know, doing what my past self did, which is keep going through all this doubt, or just, you know, letting the doubt continue. But it's actually, I mean, from my perspective, it's actually not that surprising, or it's like not that it's like not that big of a deal from my perspective. But then when I think about someone else, when I think about you being willing to go along for that ride by watching or listening, I'm just really impressed and heartened that that type of person, such as yourself, exists in the world. It gives me hope. That people like you are out there. Patient people. You are a patient motherfucker. Maybe sometime I should hike one of these utility cuts. You know, these long straight lines that they cut through the woods to make way for the power lines and sometimes gas lines as well. I did that once, you know. It just wasn't a walking and talking. But I did hike one of these 2 hours one way, 2 hours the other way, and It was crazy. I fell into a creek, and it was November or something. But maybe I should do that for a walking and talking. Sorry, it's an aside, you know. But apparently I'm like satisfied enough or something. I seem to be exhibiting not a concern with answering profound philosophical questions like what's the nature of self and reality, and why is there consciousness, and so on and so forth. What's up with that? Shouldn't I be answering these questions? I probably should be. I seem to feel as if there's an answer. Or at least, you know, a superior explanation. A superior model of things. Well, I'm gonna keep talking here, even with all the raging kind of, well, not exactly raging, but just the persistent awareness of the inadequacy of this and of myself, and you know, this as a manifestation of myself. Just the total whackness of this, you know, the total like embarrassment. Of like when you see I don't know. I guess like one sees can encounter another person and feel embarrassed for them. But I guess now that I think of that, like when I feel embarrassed for somebody, it could also be said that I feel actually a lot of empathy for them at the same time, you know? Like when you see something that's very kind of cringy, like maybe maybe what I'm doing here, maybe this whole thing is kind of cringy, you could say, or I don't know. Of course it's subjective, but I see something cringy, and I you know, it's like you feel embarrassed for the person, and then at the same time you feel this empathy of like, I would not want to be that person in that moment. I wouldn't want to be that person doing that thing or saying that thing, or like, but at the same time, like what that implies is you wouldn't want to be that person. You wouldn't want to have had the sequence of life experiences that would lead up to the particularly cringy manifestation that you observe. Like you wouldn't want that experience of, I don't know, being raised the way the person was raised, or being inundated by the shitty cultural values that would lead them to act in a shitty way, or a dumb or ignorant way, or whatever. And then like for me, when I'm like witnessing something cringy, I'm also like, damn, that's our culture. And then you're like, well, I'm kind of in some way connected to that person. Like I recognize this because I'm part of the same culture, even if it's not the same exact, you know, culture. It's related, and I understand the culture that this is a manifestation of. And then like, so then at the same time, I'm like, in my recognition of that, there's this sense of like, how can I not be like that person? Like, what seems so shitty about this? And damn, like, do I exhibit that in some ways? Like, in what sense is that a part of myself? There's lots of chickweed up here. It's really fresh and tender. So in a way, it's like, this is me kind of preemptively empathizing with your possible cringe reaction to this, or to anything really. And then as a way of not well, you know, worrying about it, but not worrying about it too much. In that it's okay to see things and cringe at them, I think. Because it's like we're cringing at ourselves. You know what I mean? It's like you recognize a potential part of yourself when you cringe at somebody else. You know what I mean? Like you can kind of understand where they're coming from. And then you're like, but there's a better way. I feel it's, I would remark that right now I feel as if, strangely enough, that from the kind of long-lasting mediocrity, or I need a word that's even you know, a little more difficult than mediocrity. From the long-lasting kind of low-level dissatisfaction of this video, started to come a kind of very, very mundane type of acceptance of the dissatisfaction, and a kind of mundane cessation of the seeking for some kind of big experience, like the cessation of looking for peak experience. Paradoxically, from that started to emerge, how shall we say, a more kind of like active and integrated embodying of paradox, or something you could say. You know, by way of acceptance of non-acceptance, but then all of the impossibility that implies. And now it's as if I was, it's as if kind of actually, as if I am now in this moment trying to grasp at a kind of what I'm constructing as a type of exuberance or cognitive consonance that in a strange way I maybe saw hints of in a period that I'm kind of constructing in the recent past that you might remember. But I'm also aware of like that I'm actively in this moment constructing that in my interpretations of it, as being like, in my interpretation of there being a moment that seemed to, like, at least on some like emotionally valenced aspect, border on resolution or consonance or exuberance or tranquility, maybe, or something like that. And and then but then, like, I'm just aware that I maybe like then started to write a story of having started to lose that or something, and you know, I'm thinking of going off on this tangent about cringing at certain people or cultural manifestations, and perceiving a certain possible like self-deprecating tone or something, and then not really liking that, and then feeling as if I had strayed from the whatever path I seem to think myself as walking on. And now in this moment, perceiving myself as having been in danger of beginning to conceive of myself as being back on the path because of a certain glimpse of what I would describe as some kind of meta-awareness of my own thought process, but realizing in the formulation of that conception its own falsity, and then I would kind of maybe describe what seems to be going on, or describe as best I can in describing as best I can the moments that are in the general vicinity of my cognition and being interpreted as the present. So how I would describe how I'm attempting to classify what I'm calling the present, which we're just going to have to go with, even though I'm recognizing that in itself is a fallacious construction, is I would describe it as like perhaps we could call it a relatively sharpening granularity of self-skepticism, if you will, or a sharpening, what seems to be like a sharpening of the acuteness with which experience is seeing through itself, which is probably kind of vague sounding, but let me just actually try to clarify that it's as if like I am becoming more aware, and I say I in a weird tone of voice because it's as if there are scare quotes around it now, which I genuinely feel that. I mean, which is also paradoxical in that, like, absolutely everything I'm saying feels continuously upended by the following moment, or like, you know, the following moment, like as constructed by, as is kind of like constructed or thrown up by like apparent experience. And I know this is getting into gibberish, but I welcome and honor your willingness to even attempt at understanding, and I hope that you will welcome the experience of non-understanding or confusion or discombobulation, because it's in some ways at the heart of this, even though it's like this could be conceived of as an attempt to like make the most sense or make the clearest sense possible, or try to engage in actual truthfulness. It could be said to what that results in is actually the opposite of that, of derealization of everything. Now I feel that where I'm at now is a tangent that was taken off of something else, and I believe that what that was is that I was trying to verbally clarify a statement that I made, which is like, yeah, experience, kind of like experience getting more self-cognizant of how it's kind of creating itself, or that it in a sense it's like just kind of recursively creating itself. There's like this increasing awareness that even like such a thing that could be called experience is constructed and doesn't have a basis, and so it's like, and then but it's so profoundly doesn't have any basis that nothing being said here can possibly be true, or it could not possibly have something such as truth. And it's like, it's as if like there's this increasing inescapable awareness of just the impossibility of this, and by this I just mean anything that you could conceive of this as being at all existing. You know what I mean? Like, it's as if I'm saying this doesn't exist, but also that's obviously not possible. But then it's also what seems to be at the center of any apparent truth. But also this is just completely normal. Like this is just normal. Walking and talking. I'm just here walking and talking. I'm making a video, and you know, like there's nothing abnormal happening, and yet it's all completely, it's made of nothing but abnormality. It's like there's it's just as if like what normality is, what normalcy is just complete and utter nonsense. Just like an infinitely recursive WTF, but that's just normal. Is this weird, what I'm saying? Or what I'm doing? I mean, I know it is. It's like in any of these silences where I stop talking, it's as if a world rapidly emerges. It's as if a world is rapidly constructed. It's as if like apparently solid realities get constructed in any of these moments where I kind of cease talking. But then I'm aware of this world being created mentally, just like this immediate kind of creation of identity and like apparent knowledge and judgment of like what this is, like what this video is and what this means, rushes up, but in total in total like mirroring of what I judge you to be, or like what I judge the this culture to be, or like the external world to be. Both of them kind of like rush up in a symmetry to each other. And but then when I feel like I am actually actualizing what this is, that is, when I'm in what this is, when I'm being what this is, the illusoriness of those things becomes what seems more real. And as if I just keep thinking hard or something, but then at the same time, like thinking this apparent thinking hard is actually something that, once it keeps going, is observed to be actually nothing at all, like not an effort, just something that's sort of happening. And like the idea of hardness disappears, and there's just talking, but then and there's apparent meaning in the talking, you know what I mean? You understand, like I'm speaking English, you're understanding English, but then there's not, there at times maybe appears to be meaning to what I'm saying, you know what I mean? You can recognize syntax and the relative meaning of the different words that I'm saying in relation to each other, but then like the more you kind of like the more we kind of seem to hone in on the meaning, or like the more it seems empty, the more it seems like everything disappears. Like meaning, like when meaning disappears, it's as if like reality disappears, but it doesn't exactly disappear. And like you and I disappear, but we don't exactly disappear. But it's as if, but it becomes as if we never had appeared. It becomes as if there wasn't ever any meaning to this. It becomes as if what it seems like we mistook for meaning or for reality was just kind of like a relative enfoldment, a twisting up and a knotting of what would be more adequately termed non-meaninglessness, non-meaning, or unreality. And of course, but of course those are meaningless things without their opposites, and so on and so forth. Infinite regress. And then it's like, can an infinite regress be a substantial basis for reality? But then it's like, that's a pointless question. We don't need to assume that reality needs to have any fundamental basis. I mean, it would seem to imply, like, it seems like the definition reality would seem to imply that there is something fundamental. But then, of course, like, you know, we go in this infinite regress of meaning because reality only means something in contrast with a non-reality, something that does not exist. And then, of course, you know, that's a meaningless concept without, it only has any meaning in relation to the idea of reality. Here's another puffball. Puff. It's as if I'm not ready to go back yet. But it's not real. I was gonna say it's as if I'm not ready to go back to quote unquote normal reality, where I assume that I'm an individual person who operates in a functional relation with a world. But of course, like, even that whole conception of a notion of reality like that only has any meaning in relation to what I'm obviously conceiving of as a this that is different, as a this where there aren't such distinctions, or in which distinctions like that can be seen through. I'm just gonna keep trying to describe as best as possible what appears to be happening. In a way, I guess I would say that it seems as if there is a more active instability to experience. But at the same time, actually the opposite is true. This is really strange. Like, I say instability in that any of the concepts being laid forth which appear to continually frame this experience, and obviously it's a continually shifty kind of frame, although it's also possible that there's maybe a frame that's not shifting at all. There's maybe it could be, I mean, it could be said that there's a certain frame that could generally be called as conforming to like a non-dual worldview, or that of paradox, or that of infinite regress, or something seems to be persistent or something like that, and relatively stable and unquestioned or something. But I would say that within that there have not been any worldviews that are comprehensive and strong enough to like usurp that apparently overarching frame that I'm referring to as like non-duality or paradox. But truthfully, I can't really say, I mean I can't really call non-duality as being like a stable framework, because of course it only has meaning in contradiction to something like duality, and we can obviously observe duality strongly at play if we think about it, you know, right here in everything that seems to be happening. But when I say, you know, I say that they're in a sense like an increased or like a more destabilized experience, and then at the same time like the destabilized implies its opposite. Like if there's a destabilized experience, meaning like some aspect of experience is changing more rapidly or more dramatically, then it also implies a continuity of those things, and it implies a medium in which that change must be occurring. And that I would say that resonates with quote unquote my experience, that there's for whatever change in experience that I might point to, there's similarly a continuity in experience, or like something that remains stable, something that contains all of the change. But then, you know, we get to like definitionally almost like change and sameness like imply and contain each other, because it's like change definitely like if there's apparently one thing and then apparently something different, it necessarily implies like a common medium that those two separate things must exist within in order for change to be perceived or to manifest or to exist at all. And then conversely, the concept of sameness kind of implies that there is more than one thing or something. Like if there's something that is like something and then there's something else that is also like that, it implies something else. It implies a more. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the idea of same implies that there are at least two apparent entities that could be the same as each other, which implies a difference. So it's like anything that I try to explain about this experience becomes meaningless in itself. Like we try to, I'm simply trying to speak truthfully, you know, truthfulness, and of course, like I'm not deluded into thinking of an objective truth, but you know, of it as a kind of process. But then again, it's like when we sort of like observe and accept the like processual nature of that which we would think of as truth, it's almost as if like its opposite is simply is just as like relevant, like to say untruth, like everything that's been going on that could be characterized as moving towards truth. We have to admit that it's also just the sort of exposition of untruth. But you know, maybe this is just an idea that I have from reading too much philosophy or something like that. But it's at the same time, it's just like, this is simply just empty talking. You know, I mean, I reckon that you have realized this a long time ago. But then it's like, is there any, you know, there's no point in saying it. There's no point in saying that. There's no point in even posing the question of like, is there any talking that wouldn't be empty? And you know, I think you know the answer to that, or maybe you don't. Like just I don't know. This is just sort of like, I don't know what's going on here. Not only, I mean, of course, it's like I'm trying to think of like if there's a value judgment free terminology to describe what's going on here. You know, as just like it's inadequate. It's it's just bad and whack in all the ways, in every way. And yet it exists, or you know, as much as anything could be said to exist, I guess. And it can't just what's going on here can't just exist in isolation from the rest of the world, from the rest of physical reality and from culture and so on. And for me, it's like it's as real as anything can be. It's as real as it gets, but then it's also just completely fake. It's like I mean, basically just saying like completely fake is as real as anything gets. But these are completely empty words. You know that. But then, you know, it's like, say something that's not empty. Say something that means something. And then, you know, obviously, we can, you know, this is obvious. That we can say something that means something in relation to something else, but then when we look at the something else, it doesn't have anything inherent about it either. But it's fine. It's just I think it's like it's okay that this is like this. You know, what's happening here? It's okay that it's like this. But it's also not okay. I mean, like, people probably in the comments probably ask me all the time, I think, like, you okay? Are you okay? And the answer is yes and no. It's like, I am quite honestly as okay as anybody could be. I'm like, in comparison to, like, in the relative scale of how a person can be, I'm incredibly okay. I mean, I'm saying that at the moment. But then, in the same sense, it's that there just isn't any okayness. I don't know. Like, no person is really perfectly okay. Because reality is not okay, but it is. But it's okay that it's not okay. What does okay come from? Now I'm extremely curious about the etymology of okay. And I don't mean the abbreviation letter O, letter K. I mean O-K-A-Y. Seems like a really profound word. This is like more of the same. This video. Right? It's more of the same thing. It's more of walking and talking. I can't believe that you can tolerate this. I'm unimaginably impressed. I almost want to, like, promise it'll be better. You know, it's like, I was out of the game for a few weeks due to a bum knee. So I almost want to say it'll get better. But also it'll get worse. It's gonna get worse than this. Which will be better. Pardon me for a moment. You know, I still keep harboring the soteriological dream of salvation via YouTube videos. that I'll be saved from my ignorance. I'll be saved from my limited individual self. I'll be saved from this mortal coil by becoming YouTube videos, by becoming this interaction that you and I are having, by becoming, you know, this in this. I mean, it's true in a way, isn't it? Like in this instant, I am this. And so are you. Like you and I are this. And there's no mortality to this in any sense of like a bad cessation. There's no bad cessation. You know what I mean? Like there's the sense that there's this idea that there's this sense that the world does keep going after you die. But then there's also the sense that there's also the sense that the world as such is this is simply this mirror of your subjectivity, of your consciousness. And not in this naive sense of like you individual are God. Not that. Oh, hey, mantis. Is this the same mantis as before? No, I think it's a different one. Mantis break. Let me go out on a limb here and say that if we take the human condition and actually kind of like extrapolate out all that it implies. Now, in a particular way, I'm saying, you take the human condition, that is, of course, that existence as such is completely and inherently dependent on everything that could be said to be an aspect of our humanness, that is, you know, so-called perception and cognition is in fact like just kind of like a sort of like reciprocal mirror of the world, or you know, that humanness and the way that reality is are just these reciprocal manifestations. And if we go out on a limb and assume that reciprocal manifestation is not simply limited to, you know, the particular human form, and if we also go and recognize that the linearity of time is also this reciprocal manifestation of the human experience. It is also an artifact of the way that we seem to perceive. The implication is that this manifestation is boundless, that there's no temporal limit to it, nor limit to the form which it takes. And to me, in this moment, like I am could be said to be experiencing just profound beauty, and even in everything, like even in, you know, what we could say as like what I see around me or something. And of course I'm like saying that in a relative way, you know, a garter snake, a mantis, an egg sac on a praying mantis egg sac on a blueberry plant, changing colors, a setting sun, mountains, striated rocks, which, if we start to investigate their origin, they imply time scales that completely dwarf human existence, and to recognize that all of these entities that I'm describing are, you know, are mirrors of, are part of the mirror of what's here. Or that, like, you could say the experience of beauty itself. Which I can also describe as, in a way, being independent of the particularity of what's experienced, but then in another sense, like, also dependent on the particularity. Like, the particularity of what I'm experiencing is mind-blowingly beautiful, and the also the apparent truth, like the knowledge, like the so-called the would-be empirical knowledge relating to any one of these phenomenon, extends in any direction into just like simply infinite vertiginous expanses of other knowledge, the complete interconnectedness of all of that, and to recognize that that you know, what I'll call a meta phenomenon here as being an aspect of the mirror. And to realize that the mirror itself has no such thing as mortality, has no temporality in the sense of beginning or end, has no limitation on the forms that can be that can manifest within it. There's just not this problem of death to what is, you know what I'm saying? But that's kind of simple. That's pretty simple. That death is and isn't a problem. It's like I want to say like ultimately it's no problem at all, in that death is a boundary. That exists in something that exists, you know, relativistically inside absolute boundlessness. Which is like a boundlessness that you already are. I don't know. I feel almost embarrassed saying these things because I can remember this sounding like things that other people have said. But and because it sounds so damn soteriological, but because it's like, I don't know, like you can have this thought like, I am boundlessness, and try to take comfort in that or something, but there's actually you can't take comfort in that as some individual. Or maybe, maybe you can. Sure, you can, if you, I don't know. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it works sometimes, probably doesn't work all the time. Because the bounded kind of aspect of reality must manifest in order for the boundlessness to have any kind of meaning. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? like this like mortality in a way, like has to exist, but like, you know, take mortality extended to the core problem of human existence, but really actually, like, you know, the temporality, the impermanence of everything, you know. What am I hearing running around? Is it a deer? Like mortality, you know, the end of the individual self, but then of course like that kind of that type of problem, that category of problem of things ending, trickles down to all kinds of things within our individual lives, you know, stuff that we don't want to end, or stuff that we want to happen, or things that we want more of, whether it be temporally want more of, that is, want something to go longer, or want something to get bigger, like our money, etc., our status and prestige, etc. And you know, the risk of all of these things either ending or being diminished, the constant that constant risk, that constant real problem. I'm just kind of thinking of all of these as sort of extensions of the core problem of mortality. And then, but then when we look at mortality, it's like it has to exist for it actually has to exist for anything like eternity to have any meaning. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the boundlessness and like eternal, or even like the potential of the world or reality to be eternal, or to persist for longer than we do. That whole concept or notion only has any meaning in relation to the finiteness, the finitude, the finiteness of other things like ourselves. Like in the same way that I said earlier that change and sameness necessitate each other and imply each other and actually contain each other. Like they are a duality that implies a commonness. It's like that with individuality and with like any sort of unified whole. Like they're like no there'd be no meaning to any unified whole without this experience of individuality and this experience of finiteness and the at least, you know, perception of mortality, which is essentially just change, you know? Like the what problems are change, or the possibility of change, the inevitability of change, the instability of things. and what that instability implies, and what the change implies, and what it necessitates, and what it in a weird way contains in itself, is the unchanging medium in which it exists. The unified, the atemporal, the eternal. And so, like, in a way, you can sort of let things not be a big deal, and like, in a way, like just normal day-to-day life, we maybe don't think about death so much, and maybe we don't, and then at the same time we're not thinking about whether the universe is eternal or not. You know, we're not spending our day-to-day lives so much thinking about finiteness versus eternity, but weirdly, like in sort of like a very extrapolated way, like that's all actually that we engage in and think about, like just in weird ways, like, you know, the day-to-day struggles and pragmatic things we do are all in relation to change and sameness and continuity, whether it be, you know, trying to maintain the continuity and stability of our life situation, or trying to change it in a way so as to improve it, or, you know, get desired changes to happen, or to stop undesired things from happening, or to keep desired things going. Like, these are all kind of simply little mini versions of this, like, change versus sameness deal, or the mortality versus eternity deal. And so all of this shit is just, like, so intrinsic. I mean, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Intrinsic to what? The whole, I guess, but, like, it just is. I don't know. This is, we are of course like kind of circling back to the fundamental tautology, and it's as if, like, you know, which is cool and fine, that everything being said here is essentially an elaboration of the fundamental tautology, i.e., it is what it is, and which is saying nothing, and the elaborations of it extend out from that nothing to say meaningful things. And when I say meaningful, I just mean that the nothing has been articulated in all sorts of dualities and oppositions and relations. And so you add up all those boundaries that we make, and they add up to zero, and that's okay. And it's also okay to you know, not actively add them up either, because once you understand that it all adds up to zero, you understand and you trust it, and then you can be You can be seemingly swept up in individuation and fragmented experience, while knowing that it belongs in the big nothing. It belongs in the big zero. That is, the problems belong. So, you know, of course I'm continuing to say nothing for a very long time, including all of the times in which I feel more confused and more non-accepting, less accepting of this confusion. With you know, the non-acceptance in a sense, like being a manifestation of the big nothing, of the big zero, like the feeling of something's not okay about this. I think I would say that could be seen as like the big nothing, the big zero, like coming to collect its debt, you know what I mean? Like everything that seems to be solid, everything that seems to be something, everything that seems to be substantial, whether this be apparent entities or apparent experiences or they all owe a debt to the whole, and they all owe a debt to the zero. It is in totality a sum zero, and sometimes that sum zero comes to collect. You know what I mean? And then you get back to zero and you're fine, and you're like, this zero is, you know, you are back at the fundamental tautology where everything is what it is, and it's fine. It's a big resounding okay, I think. But don't take my word for it. I love LeVar Burton. What time is it anyway? How long have we been going here? I've lost track. Oh, I think we're close to the end, but not quite. We're close to the end. We had a couple camera malfunctions, and where we didn't lose any footage, but I saw that the camera had frozen, and then it repairs the file, and then I have to start it again. We didn't lose any footage, and I stopped it a couple times in order to take a pee or to take off a layer of clothing or put on a layer of clothing, rather than include those moments in the video. I would like to take this moment to thank all of my patrons, not individually by name at this current juncture, but thank my patrons in general for supporting me on Patreon. It makes a huge difference. It allowed me to buy some new GoPro batteries to replace the old one that I've had for a few years now, which is like maybe starting to lose its charge holding capacity. And what I'm gonna do next, I think, is buy a more current SD card, a mini SD card. You have to get these very fast ones that you got to get the highest quality SD cards that are fast enough to capture the HD video that the GoPro records. And you know, it's like that sort of, like that support is sort of that like it's a kind of like anchor in the apparent like pragmatic world that that says that kind of says to me that this is like possible to do. That gives me some kind of indication that this isn't total insanity to do this. You know, of course, like it's like from a certain perspective of like just having completed a walking and talking episode, I'll be I will tend to be in a state of mind where I'm just not worried at all about anything pragmatic. It's just like that all seems like it's it'll like I can take care of it. I'll figure it out one way or another, you know. But then it's like the Patreon support is like is like one of the ways that it helps get figured out. You know what I mean? It's you helping me figure it out. So thanks. A lot. I mean it. I know that sounded a little insincere or something. But similarly, it's also just like a type of evidence that at least a few people have some kind of resonance with this, you know, communique that seems like, from my point of view, to kind of like go against a lot of the more established value systems. Or it at least does not make any big overtures to the more ubiquitous value systems that we in our culture. It's weird, and so it's like it's heartening and does really help my motivation, even though I think I would still do this otherwise. It helps. That, you know, just the idea that someone contemporaneous to me, wait, is that the right word? Someone that there are people alive now, alive at the same time that I'm alive. But of course we've torn down that whole, we've torn apart that whole way of thinking, of course. I'm just saying it's like a bridge to the like quote unquote normal world. But of course, you know, we haven't left the normal world. This is all perfectly normal. Everything I've said, completely perfectly normal. Well, it's kind of like another, in a weird way, this is another very typical episode of Walking and Talking, where we spend a long time just slogging through a dense fog of doubt and mediocrity. And then, gradually kind of like transform all of that into whatever the opposite of a fog of doubt and mediocrity is. Yeah, a friend of mine, a friend of mine, I think I had kind of like jokingly and self-deprecatingly referred to myself as boring or something, and she said boring a hole through mediocrity is what you are. And that was a very lovely and nice thing to say, I have to admit. And as such, I feel, I feel excited to do more of this. Weirdly enough, but I'm trying to. I'll try to just temper that excitement, and just do it. Not make a big deal of it. Not make it a thing. You try to just keep doing it without making it a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have to. We don't have to always reiterate this similar topology of feeling whack and then feeling good. We can just, we just do it. But it's fine. It's fine if we do have that similar topology. It's not a real topology. It's just an interpretation that I'm putting onto this. Really, all this is you know what it is. It's what it is. So with that, I guess I'll say for now, bye.